Okay. Okay. I guess Chronicles of Weirdo. That's how I know that you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I am paying attention. That's why I feel like in a lot of these games, if they're asking you to set a time, it's important. It means something. I don't even have any way of knowing if there's times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal, okay? Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see this screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Okay. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want. Even if it's not the correct time, you've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. Okay. He made a deal. Well then. I like to redeem my achievements. Hello. What would be my favorite time though? Wait. Oh, wait. 420? I know how time works. Shut up. Stuck on time and not even a puzzle? Shut up. No, I wasn't trying to do 690, okay? I'm not stupid, okay? Let's see what it says. Oh, your favorite time of the day, yes. Or could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? I was actually tempted, but I didn't. After all, I know how much you enjoy setting the time correct. Okay, now I'm curious how accurate 6:09 p.m. is. Let's use another slider to find out. How accurate is 6:09 p.m. right now? I mean, we're pretty close. I would say a little bit inaccurate, right? We're about like 30 minutes away, so not that far. Slightly inaccurate. But do I want to tell him? Do I want him to know? This was my reward, to not tell him what my actual time is. It's actually pretty accurate. Not all the way accurate, but pretty accurate. You know? How are you supposed to interpret this? I'll say like, yo, it's kinda accurate. You know, I can just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. You don't know me. You don't know what I did. You don't know how I was measuring the accuracy and where I set. I don't even know where I set the bar. I'm not giving you any data. I'm purposely randomizing everything so that you can't tell and you can't know anything about me. Just like how, you know, I like and dislike things on social media so that the algorithm cannot figure out what I like and what I want and what I need to buy. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip a couple new ones up. I don't like how this is going. Should be ready by the next time you boot up the game. So I quit the game to escape the system. And now I'm trying to play the game again. And it just keeps on making me want to quit and restart again. Why is this game messing with me this way? What do you mean should be ready by the next time you boot up the game? You can totally do it just... I'm not losing to the main menu, okay? Because I'm the one who's quitting. I was the one who entered my favorite time because it was a reward. It gave me a reward so that I'll restart the game again. Did it know that I was gonna restart the game? Did it purposely say next time you... But it was a reward. We already lost the left door earlier. We're only going backwards more now. No. Does the quitting the game equal playing the game? I mean... I have to know. Davy, you. It's a slider. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely in... Wait, I did this already. I did this the first time I played it. You didn't come up with a new slider? What the... I'm gonna... Would... Davy. Is Davy messing with me right now? Aww. Aww. I cannot not do this. But he cannot know who I... How do you not do... Oh, look at the puppers and the kitty. All 3 hearts. Number 5 becomes number 9. That looks good. Please adjust the slider until you stop adjusting.
Emotional damage.
Is this game mocking me? This game is mocking me, isn't it? Please adjust the slider until you stop. I'm not gonna adjust it at all. Ha! Which one of the two made-up worlds below is most appealing to you? Occuboing call, and scrumtush? I don't know what these words are. Oh, made-up words. Below is most appealing to me? Scrumtush. Occuboinkle? I don't like the sound of neither of them. Boink, boink, boinkle. Occuboinkle. Scrumtush. Boink, boink, boink. Yeah! Do you know what time it is right now? I'm not gonna give you my time now. You told me you're giving me a special gift, a special deal where I get to enter my favorite time, not my real time. So I know what time it is. Of course it is. You can't ask a what is time and then give me yes or no answers. You don't even want to know my answer. Stop nodding and noping. They did though? I mean, time is like a coordinate. Time's a coordinate. Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? No. What? I mean, does he need help? You know what? We talked about this. My life lesson. Do not help a stranger. That's how you get killed. We talked about this. And I'm not gonna do it anymore. I'm a changed person now. I have learned about the world. But you don't know who it is? Exactly. He's a stranger. This is a trick question. You're debating me to say no here, but you already know I'm gonna be playing this game again, which is why you're saying, will you come back to visit me? And then if I say no and then turn the game on again, you're gonna be like, oh, last time you mentioned blah blah blah. You say you are not gonna visit me again, but yet here you are, blah blah blah. I feel like I didn't get anything out of that deal. We reached the main menu. Chat! We reached the main menu! Just about to start the game. Wait a sec. Hi, da Poppy. HanaX playing Stanley Parable. I've been playing Stanley Parable da Poppy for a long time. Already won the game. Is this part of the game or what? This can't be the start of the game. I feel like I've been playing this game for a while.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
This place again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Who uses pencil sharpener like that now? Who's using that kind of pencil sharpener at workspace right now? Who uses a pencil? Oh, Here we go.
When Stanley came to a set of
Here
two
again.
open doors,
We're here again.
He entered the door on his left.
Wait, what was the last thing I did? I went to the right door, and then I went to the left, right? Last time I still went to... I haven't been to the left door yet, right? I've never been to the left door, okay.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Blah, blah,
Truly
blah.
a room worth admiring, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Oh, I know where I stopped.
And so he
went here.
detoured through the maintenance section,
I looked at the
walked
truck.
straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
I saw the truck. Oh, I have to go through that.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left.
There's no other option.
Oh, no. No, it's to the right. My mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
This is where we stopped. That doesn't look good. I didn't come all the way here to get... So this is where I rage quit and said the way to escape the system is to quit the game, and I left. That truck better not kill me. I didn't come here all the way again. Go through all that mocking and the door fuckery just to experience death by this truck here. Wait. Your screen looks different than mine. Wait, is there, You might have a filter on. Oh, there we go. Now there was chroma key added. I remember adding chroma key filter to something the other day, but I could, and then it didn't get applied to the layer that I wanted to. So I looked through every single like sources to figure out which one I added to, and I couldn't find it. Looks like it was the game. You're filtering us?
Now, the chat's been watching the chroma key filter experience. Was it intended? Did chat know? Would chat have noticed if Hana ever mentioned it? You'll never know.
This door seems dangerous. This is not a scary game, is it, chat? Whoa, what the?
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, hmm? Okay, from the top.
That kind of looked like my... Miko Raid, hi! Hello, everybody! Welcome in! Miko, how was your stream? Hello, Raiders, welcome in! Hi! Hello, everybody, welcome in! How is everybody doing? That was a shorter stream for Miko. Well, I guess she was up really early doing Discord streams, right? Hi, Miko! Thanks for the raid! Hi, Raiders! We are playing a game called Stanley Parable. Does anybody know what Stanley Parable is? Type 1 in the chat if you know, and type 2 in the chat if you don't. Oh, wait. Wow, so many people know this game already. Is this game really really well known? How come I haven't heard of it until I played it until recent? The game is not playing me, okay? I am the one with the control. Oh, it's 5 years ago, really? Hi, all the followers! Thanks for the follow! Welcome! My name's hanaxbanana. And I'm eating cheese. Well, I don't know why I felt like that was an important piece of information I needed to tell you, but... Hello, everybody! Welcome! I am a pro gamer! I'm not... How do you get wrecked at a story game? Although... I did get wrecked by the Detroit. Well, it wasn't me. It was number 2. I have an Android sister twin. She played Detroit, and she somehow managed to get 3% rare ending where everybody dies. It's not the worst ending, Jorm. It was a cool rare ending that no one ever gets to see, okay? And it was very fulfilling, very satisfying ending, okay? But anyway, so I started playing Stanley Parable. I played a couple of rounds. The first round, I just refused everything it was telling me to do, and then I died I died in like 5 minutes of playing the game. And then I tried also not listening to everything it was telling me, but then like I somehow got trapped in the office and it killed me again. And then the third round, I was refusing to do everything it was telling me to do again, and then in order for me to escape the system, I realized the only thing I could do is to quit the game. But you set the clock right, though? I did set the clock right every time, so then when I try to play the game again, the game complimented me for setting the time right every time, which rubbed me the wrong way. I didn't like that it was telling me that I was doing something good. Wait, how did it know I was setting the time right? Oh, no, and then it said, oh, we don't even know if you're doing the time right. And then it asked me how correct my time was. Anyways, but then it it told me that next time you restart the game, we're gonna offer you this, we're gonna offer you that. So I've been restarting the game for like 3 times at this point now. And then I think we just kind of ran into a command center room, which is kind of similar to my ship, where I don't know if I can show you guys, where I monitor all of you guys. Well, but I'm not supposed to show you all the... I'm not supposed to show you all the details of... Well, let's not... Okay, let's not... Maybe that's too much info. Nothing. Alright, let's get back to the game, shall we? Welcome, Raiders. Thank you, Miko, for the raid. And I hope you had a great time on your stream. And you get some rest. Wait, is it called a Dreamverse because it monitors our dreams?
All of his co-workers
I didn't say it, you said it.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What choices do I even have left now? This mother... I was like, maybe I think I've gone through all the endings from the right door, so I'm gonna try going to the left door this time.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story.
Yeah.
It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
What's the point of opening the door if you're gonna block it with chairs?
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
What? You can't give me all...
co-workers were gone.
You can give me all the doors and then take it away.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Dave, thank you so much for the sub for 7 months. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There better not be... refuse. I refuse to play your game, Stanley. Let me out of here! There has to be another door! There has to be another... What was that?
Hello. Employee 427. Welcome back to the office. We are all waiting for you in the meeting room. We know you spent too much time setting the clock and also restarting the game. Please join us in the meeting room. We have punch and buy.
Oh, maybe they could be in the meeting room, I guess. I've never reached that meeting room, so I don't know. It's actually possible that there are people in the meeting room. Are there any other computers that are on? Oh, this one's on. Fine, Stanley. I'll play your game. Let's see what you got.
Yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
I just came from there. I looked at everything. I literally just came from there. Sales in this quarter. Projections. This does not make sense. Looks like the sales tanked. The economy. The economy, chat. Was that cup always there? Okay. I mean, I looked at all the computers. God, chat, this game is the worst. This game is so bad for me.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something.
What?
The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Very funny, Davey. You got some jokes. Are you having fun watching me go back and forth like a little mouse that's trapped in a maze that you created? That's not the door I came from. That's not the door I came from. Wait. There's no time here. 아, 깜짝이야!
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time.
No, he's gonna make me leave!
Start.
He gave me a line to follow. He gave me a line to follow. Idiot proof? Fuck you.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Zigzag. Wait, this wasn't the line before? It was this way. Are the doors there?
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
It gave up on me! You know? I feel a little bit happy about that now. He had to give up.
You see? The line knows where the story is.
But I don't like
it's
this
over
tone.
in this direction.
I don't like this
Stanley,
tone, though.
To destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me.
Go
Now,
on.
we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay, now if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Yes, please. Fuck you, Davey! Fuck you! This... Wait. Where it came from. this music. I hate it so much. He's fucking with me. I was the one wanting to do zigzags. And I'm gonna now do a straight line because it wants me to do zigzag. This? Davey, I hate this music. Thank you.
And look at that fern.
Fern?
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story.
No, it won't.
Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
This fern? I feel like I'm being lied to. And Culture, thank you so much for getting tier 1 sub to Hello Cake Bread. Thank you. And welcome, Hello Cake Bread. Thank God the music is gone. I did notice that there are 2 types of paintings. One of them is this one and well, 3. There's this one and the one with the mountain with like snows on top, and then the other one with like mountain and grass and like stuff on, like the clouds. What time is it? What is even this clock? Which one is the time and which one's I'm assuming it's 11:20. Okay, that's the time when I started it the very first time.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
I get it, Davey. You're trying to punish me for not following your directions, and now you're just messing with me. This is not nice, okay? Anonymous gifter, thank you for gifting tier 1 sub to Stanley Parable. What line? I can't go in there. Oh, this is where it started. We found it! Stanley Parable in gift sub form. We're back in this room again.
No, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Well, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart. You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. This all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
was... Wait, are you messing with me? Is my OBS messing... Since the last gift shop? Lost sanity? I didn't lose sanity! I'm so confused. I asked why this machine was making a noise, and I was trying to read what was on it, and it just says a recent or a short history of relations between Poland and Hungary, Austria, or some bullshit. I guess I'll go through here.
Now, yes, this is exciting.
Hello.
Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be
Welcome
anything.
back to the office.
What do you want our story
We are still
to be?
waiting in the meeting
Go
room.
wild.
Plenty
Use
of
your
punch and
imagination.
pie.
Whatever
This
it
pie
might
is
be,
quite
Stanley,
good.
I'm
the punch
ready
is red.
for it.
What flavor is red punch?
There are too many things talking to me at the same time. What flavor is red punch? Red punch tastes like fruit. So here are the things I'm gonna do to your mom. Her. No. No! I don't want nuts. Stop throwing nuts on my face. No. No! You... Are you... Davey. This is where
Hey Hannah, do you know the Blink 182 song that goes, late night, come home work sucks, D's next?
I feel like I am getting bullied by like 5 people at the same time right now. Starting with Davey, but then it was Chat who made me play this game. Chat voted for this game. You recommended this game to me. So was it ever my choice to play this game? I did a poll and chat voted. We could have been playing marbles.
Oh no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story.
Shut up.
No lines or monitor rooms.
Just gotta keep moving when he's
Just
talking.
don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Davey, you didn't give me an ability to jump or climb. But I wasn't gonna follow the line anyways.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important, we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door.
Follow the line.
That leads here.
Follow the line.
And that in
Lose
turn
your mind.
means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Let me out! Let me out! What's our timer?
Hold up, what's this?
They led to the same fucking
You're not telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it.
Yeah, you will.
And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know,
just wait.
I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination, so I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Confusion ending, huh? You know what that sounded like? That sounded like...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
pretending
missed a
like
memo.
the game has resetted.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Was this entire fuckery his lesson to discipline me to start going to the left door? Because... Fuck you, bitch!
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps
Fuck
he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes. This room.
I'm not
Eager
doing
to get back
it!
to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
You know, if I go through here...
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
And I go through the same ending.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that... But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
What if... If this game ends with me going through the left door and there's a meeting happening and everyone's like, where have you been? And that's how the game ends, I'm gonna be so pissed off. I am going to be so freaking...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I just want to know. I just want to know
the
if I have...
sublime, a work of art. But
I just want to know if I've gone through every single ending.
Open door on his left.
See, I went through this thing, and there was only one path, which led me to the monitor room.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section,
wait, what was this
walked straight
door?
ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Oh, wait. No! No! No!
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
This will ensure a calm and productive work environment. Everyone is unique, you most of all. Not in my world. Everyone has. Number of the slides is on this slide. Charts and slides. Rate at which charts on the same slide depict the same information. Rate the increase in graphs. The boss appreciation minutes. Circle the top 20 things you love the most about him. Solve interpersonal conflict. If you ever find yourself in a conflict with another employee, remember that it takes two people to start a fight. What are your dreams for future? Spring break, clear skin, travel, pollution, believable amazing work. Okay, so no one's here. I guess I'm in the meeting room. It's not like well, I think this door opened because I tried opening it.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Fuck you, Davey, then why did you open it?
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA. Are you really still in the broom closet?
I'll leave!
Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Because you opened it! I tried opening and you opened it. There has to be something! There has to be...
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
No.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friend, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning. Stanley was fat and ugly and really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to
Or
decompose.
did he say this? I'll leave that room.
Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
You know, it didn't mean nothing because I know Dave is collecting data on me, and I know Davey is learning that Hana or Stanley has been in this broom closet. She opened it and she stayed in here for so long, and it's collecting the data on me. So it didn't mean nothing.
Second player, it's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
What story? What?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed
I'm not even gonna listen to
everyone
him.
had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously
back to
out of
where I
existence
was.
in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet? when
Yeah,
he
why
looked
can't I
down?
see my CP?
Why did doors close automatically behind
Yeah,
him
why did it
wherever
close
he went?
automatically?
And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job.
You are
he
all
wasn't
dreaming.
crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Whoa!
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all
I can
entered
lucid dream all the
Stanley's head.
time.
One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking?
No, you're not dictating
Now the
everything
voice
I'm
was
doing and
describing
thinking.
itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought.
Well,
And while he
No.
thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself? Believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself?
No.
Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just...
Or
He would
I'm in
prove
your
it.
freaking stupid
He would prove that
simulation,
he
Davy.
was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the
Wake
cool
up!
weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back,
Ow.
the fresh air of the world.
Alright, thank you so
outside
much for
this
gifting
one.
tier 1 sub to Ben.
Let me wake up.
Let me
He
wake
thought
up.
to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to
Never.
my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please.
Don't
It's
go
all
back.
I want. I
Stay
want
here.
my apartment and my wife and my
Stay
job.
here with me
All I
in your
want
dreams.
is my life exactly the way it's always been. My
Don't go
life
back.
is normal. I am normal.
Stay here, chat.
Everything will be fine.
In your dream with me.
I am okay.
You are okay.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real.
Not
I must be
real.
real. I must.
Someone-
Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day,
Chat.
her walk was interrupted by the
Chat.
body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to
Wait.
her.
Chat. How long has the game been like this? It's over here. How long has this been like this?
Would you look at that? You got on it? Yeah, look at that.
How long has the
Yeah.
game been over
that.
here?
Can't do.
Look at that. Look
The
at that.
entire
that.
time?
And if you tell that to the
It's
kids,
that.
supposed to be like this. Why didn't you tell me? It's supposed to look... No, why didn't you tell me? It was a nice border? No! Chat! You haven't noticed? Or was it always designed that way? And you didn't know.
Himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't.
But do we?
It was comforting to think this.
Do
And
we
in a
know what's
certain
real
way,
and what's
seeing this
not?
man
Do
made
you
her
know
feel
what's
better.
real and what's not?
Then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
I would have stayed, and I actually missed the beginning of this story. What happened? Why was that guy on the ground? Did it say why the guy was on the ground? That was Stanley? Oh, that's because he went mad in the basement and he was found? Oh, okay. Okay. And then she saw me, but then this Marilda or whatever, she went to her important meeting after she saw me dash on the floor? She had an important interview. They had pie at her meeting too. You know, if she worked for my company and didn't show up to the interview, and then the next day told me that she couldn't make it because she had to save some insane dude on the floor, I'll be like, "Fish, you fired."
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Just kidding. I'm just kidding. You know, I was kidding. I meant,
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Chat. Type 1 in the chat if you want me to go to left. 2 in the chat if you want me to go to right. Am I gonna go to the opposite of what you pick? Am I gonna listen to what chat tells me to do? Does that mean you have to type 2 or 1? What are we doing, chat? What are we doing? Or am I actually gonna listen to you for once and go to what you tell me to do? What if you intended it? What if I knew that you intended it and then I do the opposite of what you intended?
Stanley just stood there doing nothing at all. He seems to think I have nothing better to do with my time than to sit around and describe every fascinating little detail of his inability to do anything. This is why Stanley and I are on such good terms.
We are in good terms. Wait, what was the vote though? What was the vote? I think there was more 1.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood true happiness.
Marios,
Then
thank
the
you so
feeling went
much
away,
for 5
and he felt
community
sad
subs.
again. But
Thank
eager
you.
to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Alright, so I'm
And so
gonna
he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
I'm gonna try to go through this part.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go
Mighty,
up
thank
to
you
his
so much for
boss's
5
office,
subs.
hoping he might
Appreciate
find an answer there.
it.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Fine. I want to see who my freaking boss is. What? What is this nice ass floor? What? executive bathroom? I got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. That's a lovely purse. A panda? Business strategy. We go up. We go up. There's Gabian. Executive room. The stockholders. Is this actually even going up? Hi Billy Wiz, thanks for the follow. I knew it. I knew you're fucking pretending to go up. I knew it! What happens if I press down? Why did I do this?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Sasuke.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Why are you telling me this info, Davey?
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
I do appreciate how frustrated he's getting with me, though. I have to say. What door opened? Over here? Oh.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Did it just...
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I hate this. I hate this. I hate how it says mind control facility and then it has a little whiteboard that says escape, like it's trying to mind control me to go to the escape. And it's gonna mock me for going to escape, saying, Hana, there's no story here. Do you think you're special for trying to go off of the path? But what if, was it all planned? Did I put that sign over there so that you escape? And after all, you have been mind controlled this entire time and playing the system.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
Shut up, Davey! I was just trying to see if it would work. But I can't go back now? What?
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you
I hate this music.
It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have. An incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other.
You would have
weaving
said
a
the
rich
same
tapestry of
thing, Davey,
uncompromising
even if I
narrative.
went to the escape room.
I'm bolted to the edge of my seat. Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
I don't know. Who are you talking to anyways? Why are you talking to my chat? You don't know they exist.
Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he? Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
If light is on, call. 914 immediately? Escape from what? I hate this.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
I told you that's what he's gonna do!
The door behind
What if the
him was
death
not
is
shut.
escape?
Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Just do it! Make your dreams come true!
I have to pee.
Pika-pee, Pikachu?
And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
I was gonna say, I choose the red pill, and then I was gonna jump anyways. But what the fuck is happening right now?
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Yeah, the 3D assets. I'm very well aware of. I'm very familiar with all of this. Yeah, you designed it all. You designed all the path out. Sure. What? Not our intention. What? Ultra deluxe announcement. I'm drinking seltzer.
Where were all of his co-workers? Oh, I don't know. How about they're throwing a surprise party for him for all his button pushing? Does that sound plausible to you? Now then, this elevator for sure will get him right back on track to where he was supposed to be in the story.
I beat it? Did I beat it when I chose the red pill?
Screaming.
Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley.
It was fucking always gonna be 11:21. It was just a asset that just says 11:21 the entire time. I came down from here, right?
facility to end this injustice forever. Stanley pushed the orange lever.
Aww. Directions, Chad. I think I haven't been up there. All that. This way. Ending? This lounge. Options. Oh wait. To maintenance in the lounge and the original back on track option. About this, the vent. But I couldn't go through the vent. Of the hallways following the first two doors was important to get right. Since players will replay them so many times, we discussed a number of designs, but ultimately it was the simplest version that worked. It was always gonna lead you to the staircase. Up, up. Wait. Lost. I just came out from there. I'm muted? I'm not. I'm just lost. How do you make the worst game? Why? What's the difference between... Mike's cutting out? Is this better? And why don't I hear... My mic's been weird today. I don't hear... my own... Oh, and it's all the way up. Okay. Wait, chat! I'm lost. I've seen this. Oh, here.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Who? Who's we?
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game.
That's what I said. I've already done that.
Someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice.
But we're already here.
Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you.
I choose the red pill.
Emotional damage.
I mean,
all of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Davey, who was that woman?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
But I'm curious.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
I'm curious what happens.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible.
Shut up,
he
Davey!
didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
Open
That
the
kind of
fucking door!
anxiety isn't healthy. So he relaxed for a few moments with some
No, I don't
calming
want
new
to
age music.
relax. Ah.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated,
not rejuvenating
Stanley
at all.
calmly walked forward into the opened passageway. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous
We were
room
here
packed with
before.
television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
It's Twitch HQ.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never!
No way!
It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
We're all living in a simulation.
But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Once and for all. What does this do? Buttons are to be pressed. Deep. Mind control idle awaiting input.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
I mean, I never said mind controlling is bad. It's... Ah! Boop! I never said mind controlling's bad. How do you think you control all of...
I love you!
Love you too! That was random. What's wrong with making someone do anything you want? I mean, not only that...
Just do it! Make your dreams come true!
As an example, Waddles, who just played Just Do It, not too long ago, he was one of my slaves. Although I called him, you're an architect. At the end of the day, he was in my Matrix world doing...
Shut up, you're drunk.
Stuff that I was telling him to do. He may thought that he had a free will to build all those cool things in the Minecraft world, but did he actually have a free will? And did he actually have choices on what he could do and what he could not do? You... was it just an illusion of having a choice? When Hana does a poll with chat, does chat actually have a choice? Or are they still limited to the 2 choices that Hana has given to them? Am I supposed to turn it off or on? Mind control idle awaiting input. System power.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted?
Why not?
Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that.
No, I'm not trying to throw your story off track.
The power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is.
What am I supposed to do?
Talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are?
Where are my co-workers?
A moment of solace before you're obliterated. All right.
Blue buttons.
You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp.
That's what I'm supposed to be doing, my nanners.
This version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left.
I can't press it.
I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now?
Maybe.
Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you.
You don't know
Running
me?
From button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing
Shut
in this
up!
room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video
I don't know, because you put the
beaten?
buttons here?
Unsolved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment.
Davy's gone crazy.
But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. but I'm going to destroy it first. So you...
Why not? Why won't you let me control it?
Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle.
No!
30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing.
No!
No end here. Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life? Or will you let it go peacefully?
I die with dignity.
Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same.
Someone has
All
to
a part of the
control.
joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every
Little bit
second
of
your
control
inevitable
is a
life from the moment we
necessity.
begin until the moment I say
Or
it's
else.
the ever up.
Too late for that? Fuck you, Chor.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Is this a distraction for me to go speed run and then turn off the freaking machine, or... I mean, I can't resist.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Help.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Yay, little
As you
roller
may know,
coaster.
The Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
2013?
After receiving critical and commercial success,
That's
it was
old game.
expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
Delighting?
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
I don't want
This
it.
sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Fuck you, Davey!
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... oh, there we go.
Thank you.
All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if the... oh, okay.
First impression
Let's
of
see
Deluxe?
the content. Give me the
Tedious?
content, Stanley.
That's literally the definition of this game.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle. Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
What? Why are you doing all pogs? Pog use. Jump for us, monkey? That's it!
Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right
No,
there.
thank you, Davey.
I could counter 30 trillion.
No,
You
thank
could
you,
put that on the
Davey.
box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video
Blood
game
pressure.
developers with no respect for their
Blood
fan base
pressure.
rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and
You're
me
all
having a
gimmicks.
great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
This is not my office. This is...
Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
You cannot not go into the vent. Chat. Even if they want you to. You cannot not go into the vent when it's inviting you. I know it wants me to. Obviously. But you cannot not. Everything that's exciting happens in the vent. Coffee nut? Screwdriver. That's not good. Ah!
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be.
Yes,
so
Stanley.
I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Whoa. I mean, that looks nice. Whoa.
I call it the memory zone.
It's
where I've been
memory
storing
zone?
all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want.
Oh.
Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Wait, what does that mean? Do I go back to...
You see, Stanley, doesn't the memory zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something.
Boomer!
Oh, the waste.
Back in my days, the games were so much better.
Yeah, sure. You were like a pixel.
Good times.
Okay. I feel like this game constantly like shamelessly unplug themselves. Like how great they are. It just they just keep on tooting their own horn. Oh, look, that's me. Oh, spa, that's nice.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Did my dog fart? I think my pupper farted. Not me, my pupper! Oh.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in games.
Do they literally make like a deluxe DLC where they just
It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories. These were simpler times, Stanley. What I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Oh boy.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining.
I can't!
Funny? I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
This is a review Hana is gonna write in 3 hours? No! I won't do that.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley, I'm not preachy, am
You
I?
are a little bit, Davey.
You
A
can
little
tell me
bit.
if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness.
Just a little
This
bit.
is actually quite shocking for me. To be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with.
Terse.
You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I
You
always
did?
thought it did, but maybe it wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record.
Just a
I
wee
feel
bit.
like a failure.
Aw, no.
Like I let these people down.
No, you didn't.
Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
No, it wasn't that bad. People should know when they decide to play a game like this, they're
What's
gonna
this
get a
one got
little
to say?
preachy.
You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations.
Yes, I did try to speed
I
run
wish
you.
there was a skip button. A skip button? Well,
But then you got really
yes.
frustrated
Yes,
with me
think
when
we
I
can do
when I
that.
tried to
if
do
I'm
that.
truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable.
Yeah! Positivity! Let's go!
I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes,
You would?
the skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if
Okay,
the people
Stanley,
want
shut
silence,
up.
then by goodness,
Stanley,
that's what
shut
they're
the
going to get. Well, don't sit around
Stanley.
waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue.
Stanley,
and it goes something like this.
Stanley!
The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming
Stanley!
it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably,
Don't make me do this!
we all until the end
Okay,
of time.
okay,
at
fine.
which time, everything all at once. So, now you see, blah, 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 blah. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy rumination. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on
I
a bit,
get
didn't
it.
you?
I
But
get
that's
the
power of
point.
the button.
I get the point
The
you're
minute
trying to
I
make,
start to
Davey.
go off
I
on
know
a
this
faultless
game, the
display of
experience is
self-absorption.
supposed to be...
Okay, welcome back, Stanley.
oh my
Now, I
God.
should say that the amount of
Let
time
me
the button
out.
has been skipping through is becoming
Let me
longer
out of
and
here.
longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes. It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here?
Yes.
Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite... Stanley,
Davey!
please don't push the
Davey!
button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back.
Davey.
Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here.
I think you're trolling me
time,
because even if I'm pressing the skipping button, you just keep on talking to me.
And you'd think that that's just how...
I still have to listen to you talk.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through.
How?
I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with...
Sasuke. The time's not even changing. Wait, the time stopped. Stanley. Davey? Davey, no. Davey! Davey! Hello, buddy?
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was
I
meant to
know
have
that's
a
what you were
point.
gonna
It was meant to
say.
speak to the human
I
condition.
know.
But where are the jokes? Where are the
I
jokes?
never
They
complained.
bemoaned,
It wasn't
they
me who
screamed,
wrote that
they
review.
gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us.
Davey, I literally defended you. Can we move past this? Like, do you hold grudges? Because it seems like you do. Like, also, your mash of this button is like one. There's like 16 polygons here. You couldn't put higher quality mash for this button. Like you couldn't care to put, like, I can literally see the edges of the polygons of your simulation. I'm just saying.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end,
Davey.
is never the end, is never the end.
Davey, I get it's okay, Davey. I know the end is never the end. I was playing the game. I was enjoying the game.
End is never the end.
I mean,
is never the end, is never.
Davey? Are you just gonna kill us both? Is that how this is gonna end? I get it. You're trying to send a message. And that you are hurt. But you can't focus on the negatives. There will always be a complainer. There's always gonna be people that go meow, 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 meow. You just gotta push forward. Davey, are you there? Are you listening? You just gotta push forward. You gotta focus on the positives, man. Davey, this is not a healthy way to deal with this, you know? Oh, light. That's nice. Davey? Hello? But then, Did you just make people to pay for your deluxe DLC so that you can diss them and complain about how people wrote negative reviews and shame them? But Davey, the people who would pay to buy this DLC wouldn't be the ones who wrote those negative reviews, so why are you punishing the ones who enjoy your game and probably had a very positive experience? Davey? Hello? Oh, okay. Are you feeling better? Are you healing or what? What's going on? What? Time heals everything. Everything is temporary. Let me out! Sasuke. I keep losing my mouse for some. Davey!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. New. Oh, good. You noticed my sign.
Oh yeah,
yes,
I could have
I
missed.
have something very exciting to
How
show
would I
you.
miss? Man, I gotta check out the new stuff. Davey, we've been through this.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable
Okay.
and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy.
I know
So
it's hard
forget
to
this
live up to
ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean?
What does it even mean?
Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be. But let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
This way to the show floor. New features. New content. Just because you're blowing off some marketing budget, Stanley.
Go on, try out some of the new features.
What are the new features? Office decorations, Stanley Parable, reassurance bucket, the button that says the name of the players that is playing the game. Office decorations, Stanley Parable reassurance bucket.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself,
I'll go see the bucket after.
Want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people.
Whoa.
So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button, which speaks the name of the person playing the game.
Just right.
Isn't that wonderful?
I didn't even see that. Chad, you have brainwashed me. I just saw PER and then T at the end, and immediately my mind went pervert. Too big, too small, just right. Okay. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the name. Okay. Say my name, say my name. Nobody's around you, say baby I love you. Say my name, say my name.
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
No!
I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust.
Can you imagine actually being Jim and playing this
Jim right now?
and freaking out when it says your name out loud?
Step forward and press the button.
Can you imagine actually being Jim and then you press the button and it's like Jim, like boggers. I'll be more confused when he asks me to roleplay. I have to pee. Oh, yeah. Admit I was wrong. What else can I say, boy? Can't you blame my head and not my heart?
was drunk, I was gone. That don't make it right, but promise there were no feelings involved. He said, girl, tell me honestly, was it real or just for show? Yeah. He said, save your apologies, baby, I just gotta know. How long has this been going on? You've been creeping around on me, why you calling me baby? How long has this been going on? You've been acting so shady, I've been feeling it lately. How long has this been going on, baby?
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you! Do it again! Do it again!
Baby!
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the gym button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim. I'm putting the gym button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Stop, Koshi. I feel a sense of I feel like
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
let's go see the bucket. No, not sense of gymnast. I mean, I feel a slight what's the right word I'm looking for?
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical.
Okay, so
That it
not knowing
engendered
this
a
game
chaotic
that
sense
well.
of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the
It's
bucket,
the bucket!
many
Hoagies!
disappointing contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive
What is the bucket
dissonance
for?
while the bucket is in your arms.
In
And to
my
be
arms?
honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable.
All our
Can you
problems
imagine
are
what a pain in
solved.
the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley
fuck is this
Parable
bucket?
2.
Davey, the fuck is this? I'm not a gym. supposed to do with it? I just take it with me?
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
I feel a little bit of that the word just escaped me. A little bit of grudge from this new content. I don't know if you guys do, but I think Davey went through a bit of a bit of a pressure for the deluxe, and then two, a little bit of like, but then Davey was never nice. Why aren't you short? Free new and easy achievements. What's over here? Do I know what's inside the bucket? Reassurance. Duh. Wait, there's an exit. Wow. Wait, where did the exit go? Oh, here. I'm so bad with directions.
These nuts. Got him. Got him.
Davey, I'm not mad at your game, you know?
Oh, goodness. Stanley, this is fairly awkward. I hate to do this, but before you leave, you really should go to the collectibles exhibit. You see, there is a surprise I was going to spring on you later, and it involves the collectibles. And I really do hate to break the illusion, but it's important that you go see the collectibles.
All right,
okay?
the collectibles.
All right, I'll get out of your hair now.
Yarr. Can you find them?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Davey!
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Davey! It's okay if you couldn't come up with the good scripts for Stanley Parable 2. You don't have to roast. You don't have to roast all the games. What's over there? Infinite hole? Where? Where? Can we see the jump circle? You already saw it! What do you mean, can we see it?
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle?
Yes, I did.
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
The end is never, 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 the end is never.
Then you knew, stupid Davey, you knew I already had no jumps left. Then why did you put this here in the first? For you to put this number 0, remaining 0 here, you already knew I had 0 jumps left. This motherfucker.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley.
Wait, what did you guys want me to go do? I did the reassurance bucket. Oh, Hole of Infinite? Oh, Hole of Infinite, where is that? Hole of Infinite? That's new, it says. Name merch. Where is it? Infinite Hole? Oh. Oh, okay.
You
I
have
see.
0 jumps. The end is never, 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 the end is never.
But is this the infinite hole, or do I go here? What did this say?
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Step niece? Step niece?
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get well someday it is.
You know, Davey. You, but I also totally understand how that goes. Because I do that with chat all the time. So you know what? I get it. I totally get it. You know, today I wanted to play this game.
Actually, maybe I should have gone with... No. No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Well, I know how that goes. Yeah, I know. I know what you're trying to tell me. No screenshots. Which... My biggest problem is that I got lost all the freaking time. How do I get back up there? Stairway? Okay, this door. Oh yeah, we were gonna go to the infinite hole! Okay.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before.
I'm still holding
in a
this
video
freaking
game.
bucket.
This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever.
Wait, is this for me to...
Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for
reassurance
video games as a
bucket.
medium.
What is this bucket for? And why am I still holding it?
One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
What happens on the bottom?
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
What happens on the bottom? Am I Alice in Wonderland?
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully,
Is there gonna be a bunny?
I exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite?
Hole?
Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever.
Haha, I did.
The issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
No, you're the problem. Liar, you said this was infinite.
Things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite?
That's fair.
If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Well, then why did you call this infinite hole? Hello? Hello? Is this what this bucket is for? Davy! I know you got something more here. Davy, why did you give me this bucket? Chat. Hello? Anybody there? Hello? Davy. There has to be more. There has to be something more than this. Hello? It's me.
We are still here with you. The end is never, 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 the end is never.
Do I press the G?
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person.
I like holes!
That's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. Admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Top of the hole is closer now.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Oh, gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing that... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I
That's
suspect
not
that I'm
fun.
starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing.
Yeah,
What's
scam.
going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point.
This is not
It's
as
more of a
fun.
concavity, or even a very... How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see you scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the...
I don't need to tell. I can't just.
teleport
Oh, I
button
can't
not
even jump
working?
out.
You sure? Well, I mean... I really don't have an explanation.
Employee
It was working just a moment ago.
427.
Try it again.
Please stop using the hole as an amusement ride. The end is never the end is never the end is never the end is never the end
It is an
never the end is
amusement
never the
ride,
end is
though.
never
I
the end
paid
is
for
never the-
this. I paid for this content.
Still nothing? Well,
This better not be what it means to be an infinite
To
hole.
fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else.
Davey?
Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the
No,
hole
Davey.
have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Davey! Hello? Is this the revenge? Davey! Is this the revenge for me skipping you a bunch of times? Because I didn't want to do that. You gave me no choice. You... Davey? Change my perspective. Hello? Change your perception. This does not change the perception at all! Change your perception, perspective, and reality? Change yourself? Night Wolf. Oh, I like this one. Ah, puppies! No puppies.
Stanley?
Yeah?
Stanley?
Yeah?
Stanley!
Huh?
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there.
Oh, I
drifting
did?
away into dreamland. But we can't have that,
Sorry,
Stanley,
that's my nature.
Because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole?
The hole?
From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Beautiful. Wait, you're leaving me here again? Davy! Davy?
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
You know, Davy, I think I've had enough of your new, quote-unquote, new stuff. You... better let me out of here this time.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay, are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Poggies!
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement.
Stop clapping, Matt!
Yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work?
Okay.
I suppose it could, but it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
So fresh and original.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 4. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The balloons are here. I have to pee real quick, chat. Be right back.
Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up. Why was he not doing it? Stanley picked up the bucket.
Fine, Davy. What's the deal here?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Back to this again, huh? Or back to this again, huh? Does the new content include the new stuff? New stuff in the right door. Good thing we have the bucket now. It'll make the decision so much easier. Okay. I just feel like Davy, the writer, couldn't come up with a new material.
Stanley just stood there doing nothing at all.
Okay,
He
Davey.
seems to think
I
have nothing better
want to
do
go
with
back to
my
that
time
mind
than to
control
sit
room,
around
okay?
And describe every fascinating little detail of his inability
I want to go back to that
do
mind
anything.
control room.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh, so it does recognize that I have a bucket right now.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again
What was the
stunned
password?
to discover not an indication of
28.
any human life.
46?
Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
5?
Even now, in his but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Let's go!
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him,
What is
reassuring
significant
that in
about
this
number
darkest moment of
8008?
uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley.
Why are
Everything
people
will
keep
be
saying
fine.
that number? What's significant about it? Oh my god. Really? Are you serious? Chad! Really? Boys, we need to have a talk. Boys. Wait, how common is this knowledge? Tell me. Like, is this a Twitch language or is this like a number 69 kind of thing where normie men also know of? If I were to say like 8008, extremely common? Is something I knew in high school? In elementary school, it's on calculators everywhere? Literally everyone knows? Wait. Anyone in chat? Any girl in the chat? Please raise your hand. Any girl in the chat, please raise your hand. Shut up, John. Oh no, are you a girl? Is Llama here? Mega? Was I not even allowed to use a calculator? No. Calculators are for pussies, is what Korean teachers would say. I personally love calculators. No, you gotta listen to my entire sentence, okay? You can't just gasp before I finish my entire sentence. Calculators weren't even invented back then. What? Excuse me, Seddon? Real math isn't done with numbers anyway. No, I personally... Okay, so in Korea, you're not allowed to use calculators. Like, ever. Never, ever. Calculators? What? If you get the answer wrong, you're wrong. And like, I was alright at math in Korea, but like, I wasn't good at it. I was just like, okay at it. Okay? But there were still like certain concepts that I just couldn't understand, but like memorized. Even though I didn't really understand the concept of how it worked or why certain things worked the way it did, I just memorized a formula and then worked through it, you know? But like the Korean tests are so, especially math, well, like everything pretty much, it is so twisted that like when you're taking the exams, it literally feels like you're playing like a triple reverse psychology, where they are putting these like traps everywhere throughout the entire question that you just have to dodge. Like, oh, I know what you're doing here. I know what you're doing here, teacher. And then, oh, you're trying to have me fail this midway. Like, you know, that's kind of how it works. I'm not even joking. And then I come over to the US and, you know, I didn't even speak English. So math was one of the subjects I hated the most back in Korea. But then when I came here, I was like, oh, numbers. I understand numbers. I don't have to know English to know math. And then all the stuff that I was doing in high school and my high school in the States were literally the things that I learned in like early middle school in Korea. So I was like, wait, I know this. But the funnier part is, oh no, actually this is college. In college, like throughout high school to college, it was all the stuff that I learned in middle school. Like I didn't have to learn anything new. I was like, oh, all these stuff I still learned. Like the first calculus class that I took in college, I was like, I still know this material. I don't even have to learn new stuff. But anyways, but the funny part was that like all those stuff that didn't really make sense in my head in Korea, but like I just sort of like power through it by memorizing the formulas. When I eventually like got older and I guess like my brain just sort of matured over time, that all of a sudden when I learned it again in the US, I was like, oh, I get it now. Like a lot of things started making sense. And it was the same with English. Like in Korea, I learned, we had English subject and a lot of like grammatical stuff or words and stuff like that. Like it didn't really make sense at the time, but I just had to sort of like memorize how things worked. Like, oh, like, you know, the verb comes after the subject, and then this is how you add the adjectives or like adverb. You know, a lot of those were kind of like a formula. Like grammar was like a formula, and I just sort of have to memorize it and then just power through the test that way. But then all of a sudden, you get a little bit older, right? And then your brain starts, like everything just started making sense. And I was like, oh, I get what they're trying to teach me. And I think there were, like, I mean, I'm sure there were multiple things that were coming into play. First, in Korea, I was never trying to be studious. I was never trying to actually learn in school because, and I think this happens to a lot. I don't know. I don't know actually how other people go through their school times, but you just go to school because everyone else does. But you're not really, I don't know, at least for me, I didn't really take it as a way to be educated. I just went to school to hang out with friends, and I was like, well, everybody else is going, so I'm gonna go. And then I just try to like power through the classes, but I was never really like I was always like, oh, what are these teachers gonna teach me? Like, what are they gonna teach me that something that I don't know? Blah, blah, blah. And it was just something you had to do exactly. So you don't get to really appreciate it, or like you don't really try to take advantage of the system. At least that's how I was. And then I came here to the US, and long way to say she didn't know what 8008 was. No, but listen, wait. Now I'm lost. Why did I start talking about this? Anyways, but then I came to America, and in order for me to get through the school, I actually had to learn. You know, I actually had to, one, learn the language, right? Like I had to learn English. And then two, so like in order for me to learn English, I also had to learn all the subjects. Like I don't know if that makes sense, but like, let's say I'm in a history class, American history class, right? And I'm trying to learn English. I'm trying to learn how to communicate with people. I'm trying to learn how to understand what my teacher is telling me, and also talk to my friends at school about what's going on, right? And if I didn't understand what was going on in the class, I won't be able to do, right? So now I had to actually understand and study what was going on in the class. Whereas in Korea, that didn't matter, you know? So I was like, well, I guess I have to study now. So I actually started putting effort into like learning. And also on top of it all, you know, I went to public school in Korea, which was basically free, you know, for elementary school and middle school. And then I think for high school too. And then I came here. Now things are different. Like my parents actually paid for me to fly over here and to afford my education here. Like, and if I were to be not doing stuff, I would just be wasting, you know, their money and their sacrifice, like whatever they're doing, and like my own sacrifice also to be away from my family and friends, right? So I was like, well, I can't let this opportunity go into waste, so I gotta make something out of it. So I started like, you know, studying. But honestly, most of it, like I think the biggest frustration point for me was really the fact that I couldn't talk to people. I think I talked a little bit about this to you guys, but I was like, damn, like I'm surrounded by so many people, but one, they don't know anything about me and I don't know anything about them. I came all the way here. They don't even know what South fucking Korea is. They're like, oh, you're from Korea? All they know is fucking Kim Jong-un. And I'm like, I felt a sense of responsibility to educate the culture of these people, what the country that I came from was, and then also just, you know, be able to make some friends, you know? So I actually started putting some effort into learning English and like the culture and studying or whatever. But math, I was like, numbers. Holy crap, I get numbers. I don't have to learn fucking grammar to understand what these signs are and what these numbers are. So math actually became one of the easiest class for me, which was kind of crazy. So, and then all these like formulas that didn't make sense in my head all of a sudden, and it could have been either because one, I was actually putting an effort to understand it, which I never did in Korea, or two, when you give your brain a little bit of time, you know, it catches up, and it matures, and like it understands the concepts and things that you weren't able to see before when you were little, and a lot of and I was also shocked by the fact that American school used calculator. And I was like, huh, that's interesting. Then what is a math class? Like, to me, I was like, then what is a math class for if you're not memorizing all these formulas? But then my calculus class in high school math class was just like joke. Like I was just like, this is so easy. And then the calculus class, I was like, okay, these are some of the stuff I did in high school. Like I remember these now, and these are a little more challenging. This is fun. But then like the questions would have, and I don't know if the experience is the same for you guys, but it would have like I was allowed to write down entire process of me solving the problem. And like one of these questions, I got the answer wrong, but I had the process right, like to get to the answer. So then the teacher gave me partial points for it. And I was like, what? Partial points? And they were like, yeah, because you understand how this works. You just didn't get the answer. But you understand how this, like you understand the concept of this, and you follow through all the right things. You just made a mistake and you didn't get the answer. And I was like, what? And that was such a huge shock for me. Important thing is that the student understands the path to problem solving. Exactly. And that was such a big, like, it was like a cultural shock for me, because like Korea is like, we don't care. They don't even give you enough space for you to be doing like problem solving. You have to bring your own little notebook so that you can like write and erase all the the process part, and you just write down the answer. And if it's either you get it right or wrong. Whereas like here, it's like a open answer question, and you get this big ass space where you can write out, or you actually have to write out like a process of how you got to the answer. And I was like, what? So it's more about the journey and not the destination, just like what Davy is trying to tell me this entire time. But also, are all these answers already designed the way they are, and I'm just working through the system. Anyways, so the use of calculator, I personally actually support it, because that tells you, that's part of the message that it's really the problem solving and the fact, like whether you understand this process or not, that's more important. And as long as you understand that concept, yeah, sure, like you may get the answer wrong here and there, but eventually you'll get the right answer. You know what I mean? Critical thinking, exactly. And I encourage it. I had the same rules as Korean on my university. Oh, really? Like same rules as in like you could write down process? So maybe that is how it is in college, because I didn't get to go to Korean college or university. So maybe that's how like college schools do. But at least for me, like I went to middle school in Korea and like first semester of high school, and that's not how things were, at least for me. So it was like a huge shock for me. What's interesting is that they never teach you how to invent your own math systems. I mean, that's true. So my point being, I was never really allowed to use calculator until, wait, why is there 5 at the end now? Five? Ooh. What's the 5? Oh, boobs! So we boys are simple. You really are. You really are. Are you sure Koreans are good at math? Elementary schoolers understand this so really. So like something that I really noticed and learned when I came to the States is that like boobs and dicks, like the obsession with boobs and dicks. And I'm not saying that Korea is not obsessed with those things. I'm saying like the word boobs, and dick and penis. I just feel like, and also the way people draw penis here, like like every opportunity that people get to draw something here, there's almost always 100% guarantee someone's gonna draw a cock. Almost literally like 100% guarantee. If there is an opportunity for people to draw stuff, there's gonna be a cock, which just is not. It was not the case in Korea. They found fallacies on ancient Roman graffiti, so we aren't original. Yep. Those numbers. But wait, so you're saying 8008 is that common? Like literally, like normies would know this? Wait, would girls know this? Would girls know this? Definitely? They would? How come? Girls too? So is this something that gets like passed down from the upper class to like lower class? Like someone from upper class goes, hey, yeah, look at this. And then you type A008, look, those boobs. Or is it more of something that like just kids just like discover themselves? Siblings? So it's passed down through the generations, huh? You learned this back in 1980. What? It's an important tradition. It's not that I am a little fascinated. But also like just the simple-mindedness of the boys sometimes just fascinates me. Like, do you look at this? It's A008. It's boobs. Do you see it? Huh? Wait, what's 7355? 7 3 5 SS 3? Wait, what's 738? What's 7355? Boob, boob. Boob. Boobless? Do you not see? What do you mean boobless? Excuse me? There's so much boobage. There's so much boobage here. Excuse me? It just... Too much clothing, can't tell, excuse me. A008. Boob. Just, but like, I appreciate it. I appreciate the spirit. Like, just the simple things that delight you guys. The simple things that just makes you giggle and happy. Like, I appreciate that spirit. I was just curious because I keep noticing that people keep saying like type A008 and I'm like, A008, why are people, what's the significant about this number? It's also one of the common pin codes. It is? Weird. I like that. I'm not mocking you. I'm just fascinated. Like, my mind would have never... It would have never got there. Look at you go, yep. Wait, what's 7117135? So if 7 was wait. L-I-I... what? Illness? Lilies? I was probably invited by teens, so totally makes sense. Your Discord number hasn't been 8008. Ancient logic passed down through. Good night, GG. Oh, wait, no, I mixed... Wait, what? Oh, I just mixed two different chats. Good night, no matters. Oh, titty. Wait, how is that titties? 7... What was the number again? Also, just to clarify, I've never even like said that word titties out loud. Well, I don't know if it's never, but like if I did, I could probably count it until I started streaming. I just want you to know, chat, what you've done to me. I just want you to know that the Hana before chat would have never been able to say the word titties without... We're helping her grow and change as a person. We didn't do anything? Hana was wholesome. Souls would know. Soul's been around for a long time. I think Souls was one of like the first people who discovered me, which I still don't know how. Like one of the very first people who subbed to my channel. And now I just say it like it's nothing. Titties. Titties. Tits. Okay. That still makes me giggle a little bit. I'm not gonna keep saying it, but I'm just saying, I just wanted you to know.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
I just wanted to come back here.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Oh, you're playing the game? Yeah, I was playing the game. surely the bucket will do something to help us this time, right?
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs.
Who are those people that are fired?
Never seen anything like this,
104
burst into
and
tears
601?
as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Wait, I want to see their camera angle. What was 104 doing? Where am I? 247. Boxes? Wait, don't. What number am I? 427. Nothing special. I mean, it's my office, but I don't notice anything special.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept
No!
it.
Wait,
His
I'm
own
going
life in
up.
someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for
what
good.
I would truly
Two
wish to do
best
here,
friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
what? Bucket made a sassy comment? But like, if this was IRL situation, what I would do is what you saw before, which is to turn the system on. To gain that power myself. However, I've gone down that route. And Davey wasn't happy about it. So
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
it's either I get it or no one else gets
Yes,
it.
they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away.
Out of the Matrix!
Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped
Why am I
through
talking
this
to my
massive
bucket?
door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support.
Did I walk too fast?
Wait, what was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An
Davey, you
unbearable
better
silence
not.
filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, who go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I?
Not the buckets! I want to be out!
Very soon now, he was about to find out.
I better not be in my walk. Bucket? More like fuck it?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms.
Wait, was it because I walked too fast there? Like, did I walk too fast? Because there was like a light shining, and then I ran out of patience, and I walked a little bit faster, and I was like, this better not like make me fall.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
And then I fell.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was coming to a
Don't give me
staircase.
shrugs!
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the
Shut up,
boss's
Davey.
office.
I don't have time for your nonsense.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Okay. Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Tee.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Wait, that's the way I came in.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock.
We do need a
Everyone
skip
in the office was
button.
being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Night Thrashmaster.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Why is Bucket so conscious?
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Chat, you're my bucket.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his
You're the
past
bucket
began
that
to
I
sink
pee
in,
into.
Stanley decided that this machinery
when I'm stuck in
would
an
never
infinite
again
hole.
exert its terrible power over... Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from
I just
the
want to
end.
know.
True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on,
Oh, this
to
motherfucker,
trust,
the light
to support.
stops.
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped?
No!
Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty. Until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place, not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms, not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room, but at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Okay, chat, I'm gonna have to abandon you. I'm sorry. I thought maybe it was me trying to run too fast.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked
Sorry,
over
chat.
his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
You'll be missed. Thank you for all the reassurance that you've given me. I'll miss you. So
When
quick
Stanley
to bed.
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
It's so tempting. What the fuck? It's almost 10. Huh? Huh? Is Davey messing with my time right now? Wait, what? Is this real life? What is time anyway? Nah.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of
Right.
disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked
This is why
upstairs
games are
to
so
his
bad for
boss's
me.
office.
This is why games are so bad for me. I have no control.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad, Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Kill surprise.
You're not... I can't barely see any... What? Oh, it's already open. Derp. A collectible. Do you guys like collect stuff when you play games? I know like some people are like obsessed with that stuff. You 100% like I know there are people who do that. You 100% games? Really? I could care less. Unless it's like in front of me like this. If it was presented to me, I'm like, I mean, sure, like it's on the way, I'll pick it up. You do? I don't get that. You need to have you take the gamer personality test. I know for sure I'm not a crafter. I'm not a farmer. I'm not a collector. Depends if it cashes. Like, I would only do it if there's a... Wow, I am such a, like, destination person. Not the journey. I'm such a, like... My objective. I gotta get my objectives on person. What are you? I just want to get through my quests. And, I don't care about side quests. Snooty gamer? But then when it comes to a game like this type of the game, when I said like this type of the game is really bad for me, like in the beginning when I said that, it's because there's no objective. It's like everything you go through is part of the objective. So it makes it like I guess so much conflict inside of me where I'm also the type of person who likes to explore every single option and scenarios if possible. So immediately when I started playing this game, I was like, this is not good for me because I know the end is never the end with this game, with this kind of game. And I think the objective is to win. We know so painfully. Shut up, Bio. And so there's a part of me that wants to get to the end, but then there's also another part of me that just like do not want to follow what they're telling me to do, you know? So this game is just I have a very unhealthy relationship with this game right now. And this collectible that they're just like dangling in front of me like a little carrot, like, here, Hana, take it. It's like, ugh. I don't want to. And I don't need to. I know it's not gonna do anything significant to help me get out of this map. Just like the fucking bucket. But it's so shiny. That's the way I came from. I refuse! I refuse!
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
By 100%.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I just feel like Davey had a huge success with the first game.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each
he wanted to milk
an employee in the building. Stanley's co-workers,
this game,
the lives of so many
franchise or whatever,
reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
But then couldn't come up with something to really beat the story of the original. But you know, still
mind control facility,
knowing the way he wrote this, he's a type of person who's gonna be like, oh, the games these days, they do these other stuff, whereas I, the nominee winner, who had really cool story and agenda to tell people, but then here are the Steam reviews of these stupid people who didn't get my message.
Wasn't it? Was it even possible?
And so I'm just gonna use this opportunity to roast all these stupid, meaningless games that people love and praise. Where here are the new features. You have to collect these things, or you know, you have to.
Or sad, or
there's a new jump mechanics.
Eating, working,
better
all
graphics.
And commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he
what is she even talking about? I don't know.
Once and for all.
I just wanted to roast Davey a little, cause you know I've been roasted by him for past fucking 10 hours.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet,
you're not gonna give freedom to me.
Even as the door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but
the life stuff's
perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go.
Can I leave?
No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way.
Grass.
Right now,
it feels
the
dangerous.
Things were meant to happen, and Stanley was happy.
Mother. Okay, there's one more ending I
All
want.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Wait. Okay, I'm trying to recollect. Okay, I want to see one more thing. Okay? I want to see one more thing.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors,
I want to see a couple more
the
things.
door on his left.
I want to see a couple more things, but I'm gonna...
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
Yes, yes, thank you, Davey.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Shut up, Davey.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
I choose the red pill!
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow.
Wait, the lady's not talking. It's not the lady that's talking, it's...
Life. Farewell, Stanley.
No. Face it covered? Shut up, penguin. Not my... Wait.
Farewell, Stanley,
Oh,
cried
okay.
the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Wait. Is this how it went last time? Didn't she like... This is how it went? No, didn't she like... Didn't she warn me to like... quit the game? Last time, before I die? Was it after the museum? Okay, keep going. Was it here? Oh, here.
Oh, look at these two. How
wait,
they
no.
wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
No, it wasn't...
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long
It
as
was
you
here.
move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now. It'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it.
What happens? Well. 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 How the heck is it 10 o'clock right now? How is it that it's 10 o'clock now? Time flies when you have fun or get bullied by the game all the time. I just feel like there was so much. Stanley Parable with number 2. Game beated Hana. There was so much. Keep in mind, the game remembers all your actions, even if it doesn't seem like. No, I totally. I understand that it does. It gets all of my decisions. Of course, that's literally the game. So, I get it. Are you enjoying it, Hana? Of course. Hana as Brett really wants to win. I don't really think we can win or beat each other. It's a genius game? Sure. Can we do balls now? Now it's 10 o'clock. Never too late for balls. Wait, I need to hydrate, chat. Let me hydrate real quick. Always room for jello and balls. What? What does that even... What does that even mean? There's a sequel? Okay, now that I hydrated, I have to pee. So I'll be right back.